Cheers, brother. Morning, Jason. Morning, traders. All right. And we're live. Good morning, everyone. 6:13 a.m. West Coast USA. Let's get it. CCIV is looking nice. That's why we're starting with the pre-market on CCIV today. Thanks for tuning in. Let me know if the music's too loud or too quiet. I am rocking out here in person as well. So CCIV's been riding up 2 to 2.5% so far today. It's looking good. It's right at that support line at about $27. Here's the weekly chart you see back here. Nearly only a month ago. Not even, okay. That's the peak at $33. Here we are. So on February 22nd, end of February, CCIV was $60. Now it's sitting comfortably at $27. It's half off from where it was a month ago. AMC's been showing a little red this morning so far. And it's down a whole 5% pre-market, guys. Similar to CCIV, AMC does have a lot of support on the short-term time frames at this level here. Just about $13.40. Morning, Maria. It's a big day for these stocks that we're watching. Some of those larger indexes haven't been performing well, but our Wall Street bets plays continue to appear bullish. And how's GME today? A little bit of a pump, eh? Right above $200, went to 201 this morning. Only 5 minutes ago, broke above 200. Thanks for the support, Benito. Readjust my camera ever so slightly. Still got our coffee brewing, just getting going for the day. Cool, so GME had that little pump. It's not much of one at all, but it did spike above 200 there, and it looks like it's now at a lower low. Hopefully some of these do pop today. It's hard to tell which one has the most potential right now, but just judging off the pre-market, CCIV is looking good for today. Up nearly 2% still. Alright, cool. So that's the pre-market prices. About 13 minutes to go to the opening. So here's the YouTube trading portfolio update, guys. Still up a hefty 55% on the AMC entry. Cost basis $8.75. First entry was at $10. Second entry was at $8. We bought in high on that position on purpose. It saw as much as 30% red at one point. And I doubled down on that AMC position. Okay, I doubled down on CCIV too recently, but anyway, so that's still up a nice 55% from that high entry at almost $9. Not worried about that position at all. That's a pretty good cost basis. As time goes on and AMC stays above $10, that entry is appearing nicer and nicer. NAKD still been having some trouble at the $1 point, and I continue to anticipate a recovery in the near future on NAKD. If that stays down for another week or so, I may increase this to 500 shares. I'd like to see if I can enter another little dip on NAKD before it really goes on a run. Sundial still up 2%. It's also having a lot of resistance at $1.50 like NAKD is. So it hasn't quite held up above $1.50. But with the earnings report, the earnings call on Sundial last week, that is also looking bullish in the short term. And CTRM is down 6% from the entry a few weeks ago. And that is struggling at about $1 per share. Similarly, with all the other assets, it also looks bullish in the short to mid term. It's a bit of a longer term play though, however. People on Wall Street Bets have been talking about CTRM for months and months. So it's not the most exciting or new or hyped of these plays, but it is one of our plays nonetheless. One of our high risk, high reward Wall Street Bet plays. Cool. Chart time. 10 minutes to go. They're all bullish, Joe. They're just at different points. All four of those assets are at very different points in their runs. Okay, just to demonstrate really quick, since I was talking about that, I'm gonna pull up a chart that I didn't plan on showing. Just 1 minute. One minute, guys. I got the delay. Morning, Christopher. Nice, Joe. Thanks for tuning in, bro. What's up, Yogizi? Hey, Zach and Kendra, welcome aboard to our exclusive trading community. Happy to have you as members. We also have David, who just joined 15 minutes ago. Welcome, David, and Saad from last night, this morning. Welcome, everybody. Cool, so I'm going to do my best to stay on top of the super chat messages today, guys. I've been working hard on setting up everything with that, so hopefully most of the kinks are worked out today. I apologize if I missed anyone's message last stream. Alright, so before I jump into AMC, I just wanted to demonstrate really quick, because some of these other assets, they are more similar than they appear at first glance. So, CCIV, alright, let's start with that. And now, I'm not going to show this for more than a minute here, so all I wanted to point out was the general shape of this chart. We have a huge breakout in a short period of time, followed by a substantial correction, and then potentially a recovery abound. Okay. Now let's look at Sundial. Massive breakout after a short run period of time. Substantial correction. It's at the same point right now, guys, as CCIV, is SNDL, pending a continuation upwards. So even though these are extremely different assets, one's an electric vehicle company, right? The others, you already know. Can't talk about that, unfortunately. So that's what. Just an interesting, look, Denwo doesn't even believe in the word coincidence, but it's an interesting coincidence there that we're seeing nearly identical patterns on SNDL, CCIV, and more. Okay, some of our other plays, NAKD. Short period of time, massive run up, substantial correction, hitting the moving averages, continuation higher. Alright, that's what I'm looking at on these assets for the mid to long term. So no, whoever was asking if they should be worried, I'm not worried. We're just getting started. This is really looking like just the beginning, guys. Let's keep things in perspective here. Here's the past price action history, right? Let's keep things in perspective here in the long term. See what I'm saying? That's NAKD. Cool. That's all I wanted to point out between those couple charts. We may take a look at them later in the day, but 4 minutes to go until things really kick off here. I'm all locked in my positions from last week. Like I said, I doubled down on CCIV last week. I'm not entering any new positions today. I'm just here to help you guys. The time to enter these positions was really a month or two ago, straight up. look at AMC from that perspective, right? It's not the best time to be entering right now at $14. This is a very high price in the short term after we were just sitting at $5 for a couple weeks. It's gone up nearly 3x since then, so this is not the best entry. This is the best entry. It's also not the worst entry. That's kind of the point we're at in this phase, in this cycle with AMC right now. I have to say, things can still get really ugly here really fast. I'm crossing my fingers for some bullish, I don't even want to call it continuation, right? Because it hasn't been bullish the past 2 or so days on the market. Essentially, all of last week, it hung sideways. And it is pending a breakout. It's currently pushing against this upper resistance of the sell box. So not only did it get rejected at the top of the sell box, people took profits. It bounced off the bottom of the sell box perfectly. And now it is pushing back up on the top, retesting this upper resistance at roughly $14. It is higher at $14.50 technically, but based upon where the price is sitting right now, just under 14 is going to be the big resistance for the opening. Hopefully we can stay above 14 going into later into the day. Remember last week we were simply hoping for AMC to close the daily candle above 1350 roughly, above these last candle closes, and it has done that. So from a midterm view, it's still bullish there. This is still a bullish move, okay? And the markets are open. Seeing some red. Here we go. Good luck, everybody. Your positions. I hope you're well prepared for what may be to come today. It could be big. Here's the thing. Since we didn't see a breakout last week, we may see one early this week. I was hoping and expecting more pushes through more resistances last week. It was looking like we could have easily hit $15, $16 last week. But with all the profit taking, we had that quadruple witching day thing going on, remember? And turns out it was a whole bunch of BS. So perhaps we'll see some sort of delayed effect coming through with that. But just like I said last week, there was no immediate impact on the price from that day. It can just take a little longer for something like that to have a real effect. Even though this opened red, it's holding up decently so far. It hasn't moved very much. Just sitting at 13. Alright, so we gotta make it back to 1360 at least. Even higher. Let's just be safe and call it 1375. That's the line in the sand right now for bulls. We need to get above this line soon. Yeah, I don't think the contracts get settled exactly on the witching day. That's probably true. So it could take a few days, maybe all week, to see a real impact on that for the price. Yeah, 14 is not the worst entry. Now we're talking about under 13 though, so there you go. If he had entered at 14. Excuse me. It's heading towards the bottom of the sell box. May have made the coffee a little too strong today. I'm starting to sweat. Oof. I'm getting a rush out of that. Oof. Let's see how the chat's doing today. Pre-market's just down, Thosh. True. That's been a good indicator of the opening. Pretty much all month, the pre-market has been a strong hint towards what may be to come later in the day. We just saw that AMC was down 5% pre-market, and now it's down even more. So that was an accurate indication of a red opening. Yeah, good idea, right angle. It's a good way to look at it, unknown player. He said sundial 200% discount, LOL. Basically half the people who see the dips like this, perhaps their portfolios are down 30% today, whatnot. They're not looking at it as a dip, they're looking at it as a loss. Somebody who entered pre-market, they're down 8% already in a matter of minutes. That doesn't feel like a dip if you're riding that out. People might cut their losses down here and then they're out of their position before it really goes on a run. So be careful about stop losses. These assets are moving very fast. SSR activated. Is that on AMC pins? It may be. So if an asset drops 10% on these stock market exchanges, this does not apply to crypto whatsoever, but on these markets, if the stock drops 10% in a matter of minutes, I think it's either 5 or 10 minutes, something like that, they'll halt trading so no one can buy or sell it for a few minutes. It's a little break to let people regather their thoughts before the markets open once more. And it is moving again, so if it was halted, it's not anymore. Funny enough, that's almost exactly how far down it dropped, right? It's almost exactly 10% dip right there on the open. It must have triggered the SSR. SSR stands for, take that on the chat. SSR is short sale restriction. It's the acronym it stands for. Alright, some buyers are stepping in now. Perhaps they were hoping to enter on a dip up in this range last week, and they never got that opportunity. Now they're seeing that opportunity, and they are buying the dip. Okay, Nete says SSR is activated when it drops 10% from the previous close. So that makes sense why it was exactly 10% from the last close. Apparently it's not necessarily how fast it happened, but it can trigger throughout the day multiple times if that were to keep happening. That's why it's called short sale restriction. They're trying to restrict those brutal ladder attacks that kept pushing the price down 10%, 10%, 10%. That's all the SSR really is. Couple people buying the dip in the chat. Right on. Good luck. Yeah, America, good idea, man. I don't think I have showed the GME chart today, so let's hop over to GME. Thanks for the suggestion. And it's not looking good, y'all. Which CCIV news are you talking about, Todd? Can you tell us in the chat? Yeah, we're expecting a lot of volatility. We got some intense music going to match. People need to stay focused right now. It's one of those days where a lot of mistakes are going to be made on both sides of the trade, okay? And that's partially why I'm not making any personal trades today. Not planning on it anyway. You never know. If AMC hit $20 today, I may have to take a little profits, but the SSR the restrictions have slowed down a lot. We're seeing the SSR hit GameStop constantly over and over and over again just a couple weeks ago. That was in this area after the breakout to $500. When it came back down here, GME was getting SSR, those stop short sale restrictions every day, sometimes multiple times a day in this chop here. So it is a bullish sign in general that we're not seeing as extreme shorting taking place up here. But it is really struggling to hold up at these supports right now, guys. You know, I'm always completely real and honest with you on this channel. And that's what the charts have been saying for over a week now. The sell box, the short-term sell box. Now, I'll never recommend what anyone does with their personal positions. It's not financial advice, but the short-term sell box was up here above 275, and it has really stayed down for an extended period of time after it fell below that sell box. This isn't a quick dip here, guys. Note Zoom in even more. This is a dip on GME. See that gigantic wick on this candle? This is a 30-minute candle. There's no wick here. That didn't happen. This simply wicked down, wicked back up very fast. This closed candles down here underneath all these support lines and is still down here. That's why it looks so ugly right now. It's not just a quick dip and then right back up. It dipped, sure, to about here, and now it's back down again. So no solid confirmation on GameStop. We're still waiting patiently here for some kind of development. At the time being, it just continues to follow this downtrend that we've been watching until it really starts changing direction here and putting in some nice green candles on the daily chart. Or at least, at the very least, GME needs to hold sideways here for some sort of continuation beyond this wedge. Here's the giant wedge once more. It's a little difficult to see with all our other lines going on, but this is the resistance trend line at the top. And the price currently is still way underneath this. It's about where these yellow arrows are. So it's well below this wedge still. And if it continues like that, if things continue bearishly on GameStop for the next few days, I would anticipate to see something like that. A real correction here. That's what it's starting to show. That's what it's starting to paint on the chart. At the moment, this doesn't appear to be a dip or any sort of cup and handle or whatnot, any sort of breakout, retest, continuation pattern. I'm seeing none of that here. All I see is a downtrend within our gigantic wedge, and that could take some time. That could take a couple weeks until it really finally breaks out, perhaps even lower than where it is right now. The price is getting pretty close to our example wedge. I'll move that out of the way. That's just there to illustrate the shape of this wedge. Looks like AMC's below 13 right now. So what we have on the GME wedge, huge run up to $500, came back down to $40. I want to be accurate, so I'll go with the chart. Had a little bit of consolidation, ran back up to $300, down about halfway, retested the wedge and just got rejected. That's where we're at right now in this cycle, and it hasn't come down very far. It's not even close to the support on this wedge. It still has a very far way that it could potentially fall from here. Just be aware of that. I'm not saying it's definitely gonna happen, but I personally wouldn't go too heavy on GME here, expecting some kind of big gains in the short term. It's not confirmed yet. It needs to be outside of this wedge, and then it'll look like a better entry. If it's outside of this wedge in one of these support ranges, then things will start to change, okay, as patterns develop further over time. But right now, I don't like the look of this for the bulls. It's getting pretty tight in this mini pattern between these two lines. So we have a support line down below and a resistance above. Perhaps I should even change the colors now. Now that the price is below these lines, I'm gonna change the colors so the oranges are resistance and I'll make the blue our support. You can tell this candle is really just barely holding up on the support line. I'm gonna check back on this in 11 minutes and see where this candle closes. This is only a 30-minute candle. AMC's dip. Okay, AMC had a full dip back down to its short-term support. The bottom, one way to look at this is the bottom, the floor for the short-term price action. This is our support right now on AMC. That's at $12.50. Joe, yeah, essentially you're right, man. 13 is the dip, but that's how quickly AMC is moving. It's, for all we know, in 5 more minutes this could be down here. Okay, it's moving that fast that it could drop even further in a very short period of time. So that's why I'm trying to show both sides, just in case somebody is panicking. Perhaps you're over leveraged. It's very risky to make any kind of decisive move here on your trades. If anything, the way it's looking, I'm starting to feel like this could be a bounce off this $12.50 level. But again, it's moving so fast that we'll have to keep a close eye on these candles. If they start breaking even lower, it can drop very quick to the next support. Now, a lot of people were very excited about AMC over the weekend once more. And with all the bullish sentiment and with most of the theaters reopened across America, globally it's not there yet. I think it's only around 20% of their international theaters, but that's bullish news for the future. And with all those theaters reopening, the California theaters, I think 40 theaters, AMC opened up on Friday. So with all that sentiment out there this weekend, it's more likely to see some green this week overall rather than red. Christopher says CCIV's dipping. Let's check that out real quick. Okay, so similarly, that's because these assets are moving with I'm not sure how I even want to say this. Note how I have to adjust this now. So our long-term support line on CCIV is currently below that. Sure, that's true. Maybe that line's not exact. I'm gonna move it slightly lower. I may even be conservative here and place it right along these wicks. That matches up perfectly with this trend line. Coming back from pre-breakout all the way down here at $10. So when you make the trend line a little more conservative that way, should probably leave those lines there for our day chart, but maybe a little bit more consolidation here. That would be normal. It has about another week or two that it could go pretty much sideways on CCIV before it really needs to make a decision on this trend line. So it's not moving very fast right now, but once it does start breaking higher, I would expect it to move very fast and catch a lot of people off guard. That's why we're talking about it now, so we can stay one step ahead of the markets. There are a lot of other bullish signals on CCIV, but I'm not gonna show them all right now. Here's a trend line we were watching on the day trade chart. This was an estimate, and that still is in effect right now. It would be right about there, so if you look at the candles based upon this blue squiggly line estimate, this is a very common pattern where it's going to retest the trend line, dip back down to the support here, break out, retest, continuation. I know it's a lot to take in if you're just getting started. It's really more of a day trading concept. I'm just illustrating that for you because I do expect some sort of pattern to develop like that on CCIV here. I will check back in with that throughout the day a little bit too. So since AMC is having some trouble on the shorter time frames, let's zoom out a little bit. And that 30-minute candle's closing soon, so here's the 30-minute chart. That is a big drop for 30 minutes. 11.5% down so far. Now it's a big loss, a big red move entering up here. But from our 550 buy box, we're still up quite a bit. From the long-term perspective, it's still up over 100%. And I don't expect it to return to those prices. Maybe not ever again. Until something dramatic happens. Catch up with the chat for a minute. Thanks for all the discussion out there. I see some great conversation going on. You certainly could call it a downtrend. You could call any of this a downtrend. Even on AMC short term, you could call this a downtrend. Short-term downtrend right here, right? That's just a definition, so everyone's gonna have a different definition of what a downtrend truly means. It almost appears that AMC is following GameStop, which is now below the support line. This might be it. I'm a little worried for people who entered GameStop at $300. Hopefully none of you guys bought the high up here, but I know a lot of people out there did. And the way it's going, could just be getting started. What this shows on the charts is not necessarily that it's gonna drop 50% today, right? But it's showing it could be beginning to do that over the midterm. It's already down substantially from that top. So instead of a measured move of the profits, let's take a measured move of the loss from entering at $350 the other week. Gonna be down 43.5%. Again, this is not the worst entry ever. If somebody was desperate to enter GameStop, buying at $200 is much better than $350 or $500. Right? It's better than buying back here. That's for sure. Personally, I am in no rush to enter any GME positions right now. Not unless I were to see it at a price level that's almost too good to pass up. Gonna remain patient, stay calm, hold strong. Dosh, we're streaming live from the West Coast USA. Thanks for the question. We do have a large global audience tuning in, so shout out to any of my global audience members. Here it goes. The candles are about to close. And the 30 minutes way down. It broke way down below the support. That's what we were watching. That's the line in the sand for GameStop. So is this dashed line, and it's below that. It's closing candles below that. Not good for bulls. On the flip side of the trade, a lot of our VIPs are waiting for an entry. They're hoping for a dip right now. Because we were able to stay ahead of the markets up here, a lot of our members sold out for profits here, and they're just patiently waiting for a nice entry now. That's great to see. I'm happy about that. So there are people on both sides of the trade. Just because it's going up doesn't mean everyone's making money. Just because it's going down doesn't mean everyone's losing money. AMC's struggling as well, guys. It does appear to be following GameStop's lead right now. That's also not good. There are a couple spots we should find a little bit of support, potentially bounces, but I was a little concerned about this going live today, and that's part of the reason I am live today for you, because yeah, look at this red coming through, guys. These things are dropping this morning. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. The real strategy here is how to prepare for the next move. It's not necessarily about what's going on right now. It's about how can we handle what is happening? That's why it's so risky to enter after a big run up. We're literally seeing profit taking from people who entered down here. Makes a lot of sense. So that was a lot of bearish talk, and I do want to point out some of the bullish signals still. Essentially, the closer in that you look at these charts, the more bearish they appear. When in doubt, zoom out. So we're going to zoom out a little bit and keep in mind that this dip opportunity, potentially a re-entry for a lot of people. The low of this move, the lowest I would expect it to go is right here at just above $10. Keep that in mind. If this really does keep crashing from here, I'm looking at $10 right now for the bottom. That's the long-term support. It's very possible. And it could very well, as I pointed out on the GME chart a couple minutes ago, all this might be is a gigantic wick. It might dip down in a matter of minutes and get bought back up just as quickly. And before we know it, we could be sitting back up at $13, $14, almost like that red move never even happened. It's very difficult to put some kind of time estimate on these moves. All we could see here, the only real signal here was the break of this trend line. And as soon as it did break below this trend line, it was too late. It dropped instantly, so really couldn't even have made a move based upon this. The only way you could have done it is by setting a stop loss beforehand, right about here, which would have got hit before it tanked. But that's an extremely advanced trading technique. It's not something that I recommend getting wrapped up in if you're just beginning. Straight up, I don't have a stop loss on my AMC position. I told you that at $5. It's still true today. When I entered it, I never put a stop loss on that position. I was willing to let it go to zero if that was what were to happen. And I'm still riding this. I did not put a stop loss up here. I did not put a stop loss down here. I'm riding this out. That's a swing trade. That's what I'm trying to help teach people, is my style of trading, which is different from a lot of people. So that's what works the best for me. And there's a lot of interest out there about my methodologies behind swing trading. So I'm doing my best to explain the general concept more from now on. Just because I spot a lot of these day trade opportunities, a lot of these scalps, sure, I did have a feeling that we're gonna see a dip today. That's true because GameStop was looking ugly. I was hoping AMC wouldn't follow. It's easy to think that just because I predicted this could happen doesn't mean I actually made a trade based upon this move. It doesn't mean I just locked in 10% profits on that dip, okay? I'm looking at this AMC position, my personal position, as a midterm hold. mid to long term hold. I don't plan on trying to hit these ups and downs of all this weekly chop action, daily chop action even. It's moving too fast for that. That wasn't my strategy when I entered the position, so I'm going to continue to stick to my plan. The RSI is getting pretty low. That's on the 1 hour. Check it out on the 5 minute. It couldn't be more oversold than that. That's probably the lowest level I've seen the AMC RSI in quite some time. It's lower than this last low on the RSI. Very interesting. So, for traders who are taking the RSI with a lot of importance, this would be considered a dip right now, not a crash. It's so oversold already that day traders who are playing with the RSI trades are looking to enter in this range. So technically speaking, the RSI is aligning with AMC having some sort of recovery soon. To be honest with you, it's risky. I forget what the acronym stands for. I'll look it up for you. I can explain it. It's the relative strength index, of course. So it's relatively how strong the, let's say, kind of the price action. It's not directly correlated to the price action because note on the right hand side of the screen here, this is not the share price. So the RSI doesn't actually factor in the share price so much. It's really just a general level compared to where it's been based upon previous price action. So it was overbought up here, that's what they call it, and it was oversold down here. That's the main takeaway from the RSI, to keep things simple. When it's very high, it's considered overbought, meaning people overbought the asset. They bought it up too high. The price went up a lot. When it's oversold, they sold it off too much, and it's potentially a dip looking to recover. That's how the RSI works in 30 seconds. But that is one of my favorite indicators. AMC, it may very well be worst case scenario right now, y'all. It's continuing to be bearish on the day. So far, it just put in a lower low again, not just on the RSI, but right here. It is bouncing though. That candle, this green candle right now, has not closed below there yet. That's important. So if we bounce here, that's the thing, at any point on any one of these lines, AMC might turn around like that, and then we're back up. So we could see that here, we could see that at $11.25, we could see that at $10. It's very hard to say right now. It's moving so fast. I'm crossing my fingers for a little bit of accumulation. GME 194. I'd like to clean up this chart. Something tells me this 275 price tag is going to be important in the future. I'm going to leave that there. Eventually, this probably will return up here. It's just hard to put a time on it. Will it go down first? Perhaps. That is what it's showing here currently. But I'll leave that on the chart for a future target one day, and we'll come back to it. Who knows when? Maybe later this week. So we have a bunch of support and buy boxes down in this area. There's many of them. There's not just one entry anymore. This is what I mean when I say things like it depends on your personal risk tolerance levels. Somebody entering here might feel good about it, whereas another person might be terrified to enter at those prices. Same with even lower. The lower it goes, one person might look at that as a huge discount. The other person might look at that as the price is crashing.
Thanks for your calm, cool style. Trying my best to follow the Denwo way, and it's working.
Appreciate that, Local Coast. Thanks for tuning in this morning, man. That's one of our active community members, who's also bullish on these assets for long term. So in the Discord, we've been strategizing quite a bit about all these assets, and to summarize the general sentiment of how the Denwo trading community is feeling, we're patiently waiting for GME. Remember how our patience paid off in the past. We were analyzing GME from way back here, being patient, letting it go down and down and down. Only once we saw a trend reversal did it look like a good entry. That's the phase that we're on right now for GME. It could change. We'll see. Our members are bullish on CCIV. A lot of people in Discord are accumulating this asset. A lot of serious investors are accumulating this asset. It's not just traders. There's big money coming into CCIV with the merger news and whatnot. The Lucid Motors. Remember how gorgeous their website is? I'm not convinced AMC is gonna dip as low as $7, Sam, but I respect that you believe that. Disney calls. Keep in mind, AMC is beginning fundamentally to change as a company and pivot into the technology more than the actual physical location. That's their real business plan for the future. And somebody just mentioned Disney, so keep in mind that AMC is pivoting into the streaming services just like Disney did a year or two ago. Now, when Disney started doing online streaming services, it started off slow. On the media, there was a lot of doubt about Disney's move to online streaming. They weren't getting a lot of signups right away. It did take a few months, maybe even 6 months to a year. I wasn't watching the Disney chart that closely at the time, but distracted with my phone anyway. CCIV, forget Disney. No, I'm just kidding. Disney is a solid company, but the whole point is that it took an extended period of time, even though everyone knew all about them transitioning to the online streaming services, just like AMC. I don't really want to pull up any other websites because I don't want to freeze my computer. However, since I'm talking about it, I am gonna go ahead and do that for a minute. You never know what I'm gonna pull up on this channel, so here we go. AMCtheaters.com. I showed this off a few weeks ago in one of the videos, and let's just take another quick look at it, guys, because they're constantly updating this website. This looks different again. Get 2 times points. They have a lot of promotions on their website. Here's the safe and clean policies, procedures at the top for the restrictions and whatnot. Hey, thank you guys, much appreciated. Cool. I'm not sure whose alert just popped up. We're still doing our little tweaks, so I'm gonna give you guys both a new alert. Thank you, Cameron. Appreciate it, brother. You're a real supporter, keeping Denwo fed after the live stream. And Mr. Georgie boy, welcome back, my friend. Happy to see you in the chat once more. You must be crushing it by now. Great stuff. Glad people are still feeling good today, even with the dips, right? That's the beauty of holding from lower prices. You don't see any panic here. Cool, so they have indeed updated this even more. This looks even better now. They have tickets right here, these big red buttons. Some big movies. You can get like a gold popcorn bucket. That's hilarious. Hey, cheers, Jason. Thanks a lot, man. Great timing, because funny enough, I believe it was Jason himself, I remember, who just donated, went on a little recon mission for the community. So everyone give Jason a thanks in the chat if you don't mind. He went out and saw a movie this weekend at AMC, and he took a couple pictures of the scene, and it looks great. Everything looks reopened inside the theater. They were selling concessions. There was a lot of families walking around the theater. I don't have an AMC nearby me, so that was really great and cool to learn about some of your local theaters reopening. Yeah, throw a comment out in the chat, y'all, if you've seen an AMC theater reopen near you. I'm curious to hear if anyone else has noticed any reopenings in their hometown. Joe says his AMC has heated seats and recliners. That's pretty cool. I've never been to one like that. People are excited about the new movies coming out too. There are a bunch of blockbusters. There's Mortal Kombat. What was that other one? Kong vs. Godzilla. Not really my cup of tea, but a lot of people are waiting for those big releases to come out before they go back to the theater. Who's gonna return to the theater after all the restrictions and go watch an old movie, right? So once some of these new releases start dropping, restaurants reopening more across the country, the United States. Alright, we'll check back in with the charts, guys. But to wrap things up here, another deal, it looks like another kind of promotion. Rent a private theater with your friends. Big movies are back on the big screen. Cool, so that website looks great. I did also want to briefly show the CCIV website. So we're on the topic. This helps establish our fundamentals for these companies. So yes, this isn't relevant to the chart right now. However, it's a gorgeous website and it's a solid company, so it's worth taking a look at, alright? And I have showed it off before, but not everyone has seen this, so some really nice looking promotional videos playing right in the background. Unknown, you saw Back to the Future, that's cool. And here's some details about their luxury vehicles. 500 plus mile range on an electric vehicle. That's a far distance. 1,000 horsepower, that's a lot of power. And $69,000, that's a lot of dollars. So these are luxurious high-end electric vehicles. And this website's lucidmotors.com. It's not CCIV.com. Hey, you're welcome. My pleasure, Joseph. Thanks for the donation. I'm happy to help out with whatever I can. So I'm here today. I'm gonna post the CCIV link website in the chat. One second, y'all. We're gonna jump back into the charts here in a second. Cool. Yeah, CCIV is planned for commercial production the second half of 2021, later this year. Some very slick models as well. It's not just one standard low-end vehicle. Oh yeah, so basically CCIV, it's a SPAC, SPAC, Special Acquisition Company, and basically what that means is, well, let's put it this way: Lucid Motors is the company behind the factories and the producing of the vehicles, of the physical vehicles. CCIV is a company that incorporates Lucid Motors, so they merged with Lucid Motors. So CCIV isn't actually the car manufacturer per se. It's just the ticker. And before the ticker CCIV didn't include Lucid Motors. I believe, as far as I know, there wasn't even a way for everyday investors to buy into CCIV, to buy into Lucid Motors. I'm pretty certain they were a private company before this merger, so you couldn't even invest in Lucid Motors if you wanted to until they merged with CCIV. Thus, why we saw a massive run up past month. That's why it went from $20 all the way up here. I was watching CCIV at $20. I actually entered my first position there and sold it for a small profit shortly after. It kept going, and now that it corrected, that's why I re-entered on CCIV. Cool. It's true, there's a little bit of green coming through on GameStop and AMC right now. All it is a little bit of green at the moment. Don't get too excited yet. Target for CCIV, I'm not ready to put a long-term target on yet, but the midterm target is $60. Short-term target's roughly $40, $45 in this area. And then a couple more targets. There appears to be a gap here as well, just like on AMC last month. So there are a few different targets up here, but to keep things sweet and simple, short-term target CCIV around this local top at $60. That's midterm, short-term target, guys. $60 CCIV. Potentially over the next couple months or so. Hopefully that soon. It could take longer. It could take 6 months. And just like that, it's putting in some more red. Appears to be a valid trend line so far. Hey Becky, thanks for the question. There's a Streamlabs donation link in the description of the video down below. Once you click that link, it should be pretty straightforward. People seem to find the YouTube super chats a little easier to figure out to use effectively, so that's why we're using the super chats right now. Thanks, Powderhound. Powderhound's one of our moderators from the community. That little wrench next to his name that tells you that he's a moderator for my live chat. You can trust Powderhound's links that he posts in the chat. He's not. Yeah. Don't click anyone else's links, but you can click Powderhound's links. It's okay. Thank you for posting that. That's one of the great parts about our community. As people are getting more involved, there are things that they can help me with a little bit so that I can stay focused on the charts. I don't have to waste time sending links in the chat, right? Now there's just a 5-minute candle, but it is indeed below the last candle. Technically, you could call this an indecision candle, the green one before the red one. Meaning it could go either way from here. And it's getting rejected off the resistance. It just continues to look bearish.
Happy Monday, Denwo Heart. Can you do a quick recap on CTRM and SNDL PUH, please?
Sure, Rebecca. Appreciate the kind words. I would definitely. Yeah. CTRM and SNDL. I like those picks. So I'm glad that you asked about stuff that we're watching actively.
Rock on, and thanks for all the insights.
Appreciate that, Joe. You're awesome. Thanks a lot for all the tips today, everybody. Seeing a lot of great support in the chat as well. Makes me happy. Y'all are awesome. That's how I know I'm doing a good job, that everyone's enjoying the video. Keeps me going. Morning, Randy. Here's our SNDL blank chart. There are no lines here. I pulled up a completely clean chart. We're watching this long-term support trend line. It does have room to go lower, even based upon this trend line. And it is somewhat of a channel as well. You can see that right there. Ascending parallel channel. But I'm not worried about that channel, so I just wanted to show that there is possibly some room left on the downside here. Like so. The real long-term support is down here. It's not this first one. It's not at $1.40. It's really not. It's closer to $1.10. The last bottom was at 93 cents, so that's still an uptrend. That would still, even if it did go back to $1, that's still a higher high or higher low on the chart. Higher high, higher high, higher low, higher low. Okay. There's also a lot more going on here, but you asked about CTRM, Rebecca. So here's CTRM. It looks like the chart didn't even change. Just almost looks like the same exact chart, doesn't it? Go back to that again. Yeah. It can't get any more precise than that. should I go one step further? Put them literally side by side. Alright, here we are. Now we got them literally side by side. CTRM on the left, SNDL on the right. Tell me that doesn't look similar. We saw this with AMC and GME. They both looked almost exactly like these two right now. When AMC was at $5.40 and GME was at $40. It's pretty crazy. I honestly can't recall a time where I've ever seen this happen quite like this before in the markets. I can't even remember when I've seen two assets moving so similarly, and it's beyond two assets right now. CCIV also looks like this, where it had a large run up, a correction, and now it's touching the long-term support. Interesting little coincidence. Hey. So that's the summary with CTRM and SNDL. It may take a little time to see any kind of big movements. It may consolidate a little bit on that trend line before breaking out. What we don't want to see is it break down here and come all the way back down to 75 cents. It's possible. Hopefully it doesn't do that. It is pretty bullish right now in general, the sentiment and everything. It also looks like, I didn't even mean to turn this on, but the VPVR is on right now. And this red line is the point of control. And that has signaled some extremely large profits shortly thereafter on GME. There's a lot of bullish signals on these charts, even though on the shorter time frames they're going down. Okay, I'm gonna go back to one chart. The reason that happens and we see almost exact patterns on multiple assets is because we have the same type of people entering both assets. When you think about, or perhaps when you realize what kind of investor is buying these Wall Street bet stocks, starts to make a little more sense. The same type of risk-on trader is probably going to be interested in a couple of these different assets the same way that our YouTube trading portfolio is not all AMC. There's 4 or 5 assets that appear to be at nice entries still. GME is not one of them. This doesn't appear to be the best entry right now. And AMC is under 12 still. That's right, Soda. Both of them are cheaper than they were a week ago. So if somebody was very desperate to enter up here, now they have a chance to do that finally. I think we are seeing a lot of panic though from people who did buy up at $14. Now they're down 15% and they're panicked. They don't know what to do. A lot of times when a new trader is cornered like that, when they're stuck in a losing position, the easiest way to get themselves out of that position is cutting their losses, just simply selling out for a loss and moving on to something else. I'm trying to help you all understand that that may not be the best thing to do. Sure, Sean, I will absolutely check out NAKD. I'm just also expecting some sideways on that. It is very close to a breakout soon on the long-term chart. It's in our accumulation box, as it has been for a while. This whole blue squiggly line, the big purple box, has been on the chart for weeks. I never moved this box. It perfectly hit the bottom of it twice. And it also perfectly hit the top of it twice. With all those tests on the top and bottom, since it's already tested the bottom multiple times, it's already tested the top multiple times, I do feel like we're getting close to some move here. And there's further confirmation on that for NAKD. Specifically NAKD, I don't think this applies to the other charts that I just showed you. I can put a resistance line here, resistance trend line, almost like it's essentially a gigantic magic triangle, y'all. We have a wedge on the NAKD, alright? I'm just gonna say it, it's there, it's true. We have a giant fucking triangle on NAKD. Excuse my language. Surprise revealed. Here's the big surprise. What do you think of that? How are you feeling about NAKD now? Breakout, retest. Breakout, it's a very small breakout. It didn't break out very far, but it is on top of that line, okay? Breakout, retest, continuation. NAKD. Bullish accumulation range. Note, it's also pretty oversold on the RSI. This is a 4-hour RSI and it's pretty low. It could go lower, but there's the hourly. Definitely oversold on the hourly. There's something else I want to check, but I'm not gonna explain it as I'm doing it. Not so much. Okay. Maybe on a shorter time frame. For experienced traders out there, I'm looking for bullish divergence. Okay. It appears we do have bullish divergence on the 30-minute chart. Ever so slightly. It's not much, but it's something. So what I'm talking about here, I'll certainly explain this in more detail in a future video, but for now, what I'm looking at here is we have a lower low back here and then a higher low on the RSI, and this is not confirmed yet. We still need a confirmation on this. I'm just trying to stay one step ahead of the market. So if that is indeed a low right here, then we have an uptrend on the RSI, and then going back to the price action where that aligns on the chart right up here. This is going to be tricky to see. This an advanced concept. So in this green circle, in the green circle of the RSI, and then the other part over here, where we are today, what we actually have here is from this price action to the other price action from the RSI points, the lows on the RSI, here and here. From there, the price action's a downtrend, right? That blue line. It's not factoring in this other local high. It's nothing to do with that stuff. The important part is this section of the price is higher than down here. And on the RSI, it's the opposite. This section of the price is lower than it is currently. And when you have that, when it's essentially showing different things on the RSI versus the price action, that's called divergence. And when you have it specifically, as I just drew it on the chart there, that's called bullish divergence. So you can see where that's going. It's a bullish indication. However, it doesn't always lead to big moves on these smaller time frames. So this is only a 30-minute chart. I wasn't actually able to find bullish divergence on the 1 hour. I may have been moving too quickly. It's possible there's some there, but it doesn't look like it's there on the 1 hour. So it's hard to even find bullish divergence sometimes. And there's also bearish divergence when the opposite happens. AMC is holding 12. Okay. Not too bad. We're not at 10, so that's good. Not yet. What's a little concerning here is this gap. And this is just a 5-minute chart, so if it keeps going down, that is where it's heading. Down another $1, but really crossing my fingers here. My theory about what my prediction for the week is, we just saw a big dip Monday morning. A lot of panic selling, a lot of people bought in too high. Now that it's back down on a nice support range, I'm still very bullish for the week ahead. I think we could see a bounce here. There's a good chance it will bounce from here, as the markets have been open for a couple hours. Just like on Friday, we don't want to see this thing tank. If it really drops more and more today, things might change, but I am still bullish on AMC right now because of all the sentiment and hype over it over the weekend and last week. So this could be, it's possible that this is the dip. This is the entry for the week. It might not even come down this low again all week if it does bounce from here. Yeah, well, the panic selling is simply coming from people who entered in this area, these highs up here. For somebody who entered over 14, they're down a lot right now. The opening today, down 15% already, so that's enough to cause panic on a large portfolio. Imagine having 100 grand in AMC and then it's instantly down $15,000 on the morning in minutes. David, interesting point. We've been speculating about that for a couple weeks, and what it appears to me is that hedge funds, I don't have any solid proof of this. The data is variable. It changes constantly, the short ratio and whatnot. But the trend has been that the shorts appear to be closing out of their positions. So I believe, personally, I believe that this is getting a little tricky to see. I guess that looks a little nicer from the long term. So I personally believe that this little run up here from $5 to $10, I think this is the smart money entering, guys, right here. And I think this next run up after the wedge breakout, I think all this price action is coming from the shorts closing their positions, the hedge funds closing their shorts. We'll continue to be flexible and adjust our lines as we go. Okay. This range is very important right now. We really need to see AMC climb back up into this box above 1450. And I do think it will. It's just gonna take some time potentially. It could take Alright, how long could it take? Well, worst comes to worst, continuing bullishly nonetheless, riding along the very bottom of this long-term trend line. And then maybe a breakout at the very end of it. Well, that's going to be the end of April. Whole month away. So when people enter at $14, $15 right here, expecting it to go straight up, I'm sure some of you remember last stream I was talking all about that. No moon boys here, right? So we were expecting this possibility, a dip, we're seeing it, and what comes next? Well, worst case, it could dip lower, find support, consolidate, climb higher and higher in a stair-stepping pattern, and break out in the future April. These assets require a lot of patience. There was a lot of talk and panic even. You know where there was a lot of panic? Right here. I can't even explain how much panic there was in the markets here for AMC. People were terrified, saying this was going to drop to $1 from here. And so many positions got exited in this range because they were impatient. Shortly thereafter, it went up 200%. So keep calm, hold strong. It is finding some support here, guys, on the short term so far. It's not over yet. It's not tanking still. It's nothing near the amount of panic selling we saw at the beginning of the day. Hey Ming, thanks for tuning in. We covered a bunch of our WSB plays already. Just quick summaries. You haven't missed a whole lot. Just opening red from the breakdown of this trend line. And we're hoping for a bounce soon here. Depending on how many buyers step up to the plate this morning. The RSI is oversold. It's very low. This purple line. So the indicators are in the bull's favor right now. The volume on GME has been drying up, and I'm pretty sure it's not necessarily that there's less interest in the asset. Okay, let's take a look at it. It is very low. So the volume is drying up on GME. No change there. That's been happening for some time. The significance of that is the last time the volume dried up was when we were oversold in our buy box at $40. So when the volume increased, the price shot up. We're at a much different spot right now, so the volume's still dried up, but the price has already gone to the moon. It's already gone halfway to the moon. So it doesn't mean the same thing, the lack of volume, as it did back here. It's actually more of a bearish signal. It could simply mean there's a lot of people who bought in on this run up and they're just holding it. So there's not as much trading going on, but the price is still moving a lot. I'm really curious if AMC is going to hold the line here, so leave that chart open for the moment. How are people feeling about GameStop in the chat? There's been a lot of questions and talk about it, but what's your guys' sentiment out there? Some holders? Is anyone buying the dip? Do you think it's gonna bounce from here? Is it gonna go lower? I like the NAKD wedge as well. I'm gonna clean up this chart. It's starting to get a little ridiculous. Nice. It appears some people got excited about the NAKD wedge on that chart. That's cool. Good luck with those entries. Bear on GME even after earnings. Fair enough. Interesting. Bunch of people did exit GME already. They wrote it up from $40 to there. That's all they were hoping to get from that bag. It's a quick 700-800% gain in a couple weeks. It's pretty clear why it's seeing some red now. GameStop has too big of a market cap for it to go up 800% one week and then go up 800% the next week right in a row like that. That would be an insane move. Nice. Congratulations anyone who did enter GME at $40. That was a great buy box opportunity. Remember, this is similar. Now I can actually show you. This is how CCIV appears on the chart currently. If you ignore this breakout afterwards, this whole first half is what CCIV currently looks like. The big breakout in a short period of time. Substantial correction back down to the moving average before continuation higher, right? That was a mouthful. My favorite part about helping everyone learn technical analysis is seeing all those wins in the chat. It's really awesome. I have a feeling some of the other live stream viewers may not be faring as well as you guys are. We have a pretty nice track record so far, and we're gonna keep it going on this channel. We're on our second cup of coffee. Cheers, everyone. I'm actually gonna need a quick 5 minute break here in a few minutes as well, just so everyone's aware. Just a quick intermission if anyone needs to take care of any business in the real world. Awesome, Sean. You're welcome. I see a bunch of our VIPs in the chat. Shout out to my members tuning in today. Y'all are great. It sounds like everyone's kicking ass, so very happy about that, even if the price is red today. Yeah, Kitty will be waking up here shortly, I'm sure. But usually when she starts meowing, it's signaling a big breakout. So the kitty meows correlate with the green candles coming through. That's what we've learned. I'm probably still sweating and stuff, so cool. Quick 5-minute break, y'all. Thanks again for tuning in. I'll be back with you in just a few minutes here if you need to take a break as well. That's where we want AMC to go today. This song's way too happy for the red coming through. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright. Support line's holding. Cool. Thanks for staying tuned in, everyone. We're back. Quick change of shirts. We started with our red shirt on, expecting some red in the markets. Hopefully it changes now. So no more red shirt. Did Justin Bieber really buy AMC? Thank you. There's definitely people holding both AMC and GME. I'm going to take a peek at the poll, the vote that I put out on YouTube last week. That's still running. The vote was AMC versus GME. Battle of the Titans. I'm curious if there's any different results. So it has nearly 2,000 votes and 14% for GME. A whopping 61% still. It hasn't changed. 61% for AMC. And 25% holding both AMC and GME. CCIV still takes the cake on the other vote between the 4 WSB picks. That's still at 39%. People voted for CCIV over NAKD, CTRM, and SNDL. I wonder how the YouTube trading portfolio is holding up today. It's down slightly. SNDL is now in the red, 6%. It was up 2% this morning. And AMC is in profits 37% versus 55% this morning up here. So this is a large dip right now. And I'm gonna keep calling it a dip for the time being, expecting a recovery here. Yeah, we'll come back. It'll just take some time. The key to trading this big red move is not selling on the low. You don't want to buy high and sell low. It's all about buying low and selling high. So currently, yeah, it's looking okay. I'm feeling better about AMC. It's finding a little support here. I do expect it to return to this level pretty quickly, 1350. That's the real test. Is it gonna get rejected again? Or will it keep going? Intraday buyers are coming in right now. Yeah, that's funny. Colton says Jordan Belfort, the Wolf of Wall Street guy, said he owns a modest chunk. Apparently, quote unquote, a modest chunk. If you take the first letters of those three words, it spells AMC. Apparently, the Wolf of Wall Street's dropping a hint that he entered AMC. Just quickly, Neo, the quick targets for NAKD and SNDL are 100% from where they currently are. 100% plus. That's like a minimum target. I appreciate the questions about those other tickers. I'm not going to be pulling up those charts today. We're staying focused on what the majority of our viewers are holding. I'm here streaming to try and help you guys out with your personal positions that may be taking a beating today. Yeah, my AMC calls, my personal positions are definitely down quite a bit right now. So I understand. But I'm not selling the low, so. And it's kitty time. Guest appearance. Good morning, everyone. Where are you going? Good kid. I can't say yes or no on that Johnny Diamond Hands, but it's not a bad entry for mid to long term. Let me recap that real quick. So for the GME entries, people are asking about 170. It's not the worst entry, that's right here. And The reason it's not the worst is because of these wicks that closed exactly at that line. It's very possible it does find support along this line and hopefully breaks out from this wedge thereafter. It may continue down. It's a very risky entry still. Be completely honest, Johnny, you might want to consider some of the other assets we've been talking about instead for an entry, because things like CCIV are at a much better level here. This is a much better buy box area than where we are right now on GameStop. So personally, if I were looking to enter a new position today, I would not be considering GameStop. I would be looking at these other plays like CCIV, AMC, Sundial, NAKD. Cool. Hope that helps, bro. Come on, AMC, $11.99. This reminds me of Friday when it was stuck right below $14 all day. It kept hitting $13.99 and $14.01 all day back here. That was some extreme consolidation, very tight range there. We're beginning to show something similar at the moment. I hope it doesn't go sideways all day. We'll see. I'm planning to be live for another hour or two. If stuff starts breaking out and going on fire, I'll stay live longer, but I do have a daily AMC and GME technical analysis update coming out tonight for tomorrow. Remember to hit that subscribe button, guys, and I would appreciate if you could smash that thumbs up button as well. Let's get the thumbs up for the green action coming through. Hit that thumbs up if you're feeling bullish. I know I am. Our next live stream will be on Friday this week as well. Same time, 30 minutes before the markets open. Nice, Rian. That's a nice little bag you got there. Congratulations. I suspect that's gonna bring you in some nice profits over time. Again, the key is not selling low. You don't want to sell low. If you're holding a significant number of shares and you're down right now, the best strategy is to double down and lower your cost basis, or just hold it for a recovery. You don't want to take a 15% loss on a huge position. Appreciate the support, David. No pressure. We've been covering NAKD a bit, Sally. It's looking good. It's in bullish accumulation. I'll throw that chart up in a few minutes again, but AMC's on the move. It's 12:10 now. Hang in there, PJ. My pleasure, Sally. Thanks for your interest in more content, Joshua. I'm available every day on our members only Discord server. Powderhound, if you're still tuned in, I would appreciate if you could link the Patreon in the chat for Joshua. Thank you. Step number 1 of staying on top of Denwo's content is joining at patreon.com/Denwo Trading. Once you're a member there, you'll get an automatic email invitation with further instructions how to connect on Discord. If you have any problems at all, don't hesitate to email me. I'm on there every day discussing strategies with members. It's a lot of amazing conversation and planning for the next play out on Discord. The YouTube channel is only half the content. It looks like I accidentally clicked some things open here. I'm gonna resize the chat real quick so you guys can read it better. Alright, this should be a little more clear. GME 195. Remember last week I kept saying that we need to see GME hold above $200. No luck. Alright, Sally, NAKD looks down on the day just like our other WSB plays. 10+% dip. It's getting close to some of these moving averages down below. This appears to be the short-term support on NAKD, 75 cents roughly. I don't think it'll go lower than that if it does keep going down. So long-term, mid-term even, mid to long-term NAKD. Short-term, it's not as pretty, but that's why I prefer a swing trading style. I'm not trying to mess with this drop right here right now. I've already entered my position. Okay, cool. Gotcha. Yeah, I remember you, Ginger. It's been a little difficult to keep up with people's Discord names correlated to their YouTube names. Sounds good, Brett. You know where to find me. Hopefully not for much longer, the way things are going. AMC 1225 is pushing. Note how AMC is the only one that's currently showing green. NAKD, strong red still. A lot of red coming through. GME, a lot of red coming through. AMC, some green. It's different. It's starting to not correlate with the other assets. I feel like it's beginning to take on a life of its own. Even the dip on the day for AMC, it was a bigger dip than on GameStop today. So pretty much for the first time now, we're seeing AMC move more volatile. I don't want to pronounce that word. It's moving in bigger increments than GME for perhaps the first time in weeks. So potentially when AMC does break out to the upside, it could have further to run upwards than GME right now for the first time ever. Up until this point, GameStop was moving 50% and AMC would only move 5%. Now we're seeing similar impulses on AMC. It's starting to get pretty volatile. They're very big choppy moves. Glad to hear you're enjoying the Discord, Joe. Let me know if you have any feedback or comments anytime. I'm constantly improving the community stuff. Okay, so this candle is closed now, but no new price is started. Thanks for asking. This is a one-of-a-kind shirt, but perhaps in the future. Agreed with you, Local Coast. Those long-term CCIV calls are at pretty reasonable prices right now. I'm absolutely in the works on a Denwo trading learning course. You can learn everything you need to know to trade like Denwo. Stay tuned for the official announcement in the future. Nice. some Elliott wave theory. If you're trying to draw some Elliott waves on this, I recommend starting from down here. I'm not gonna even try and count it out right now, but perhaps some kind of ABCD. This is looking more bullish on the short term now. We saw a nice bounce so far. The candles never actually closed below that support line right here. It's only wicks underneath, so as soon as the price dipped below there, AMC got bought up very quickly. These wicks. So I'm actually gonna raise the box now to where the resistance is about here. Let's see if AMC can push out of this box. I'm hoping for that rather than sideways consolidation. Because if it's not strong enough and it does consolidate, it might roll over after that. I don't want to see that. I want to see a strong recovery here today. That'll confirm that this downwards action early in the day was indeed a dip rather than a continued move down. We don't want to see this. We want to see a nice recovery right now. That's what GME's been doing. It's been going sideways and then eventually it breaks down and goes lower. So we don't want any sideways on AMC today. It already went sideways almost all last week. No, that's a good question, Gustavo. I don't think I have brought that up. Oh, hey, Draw Anything. Welcome back. So we have reports from some people in the chat that on Friday, minutes before the bell, there was a massive share dump. So I guess there was some huge sell orders that came through on AMC. And I don't know, I can't say who was responsible for that or why. If it was hedge funds, retail investors, traders, I'm not sure. What I do know is that's most likely what triggered this sell-off right when the markets opened. So people must have viewed that as a bearish signal, and they also exited based upon that share dump. Good luck with your exam, Brett. Try not to worry about the prices too much while you're working on your test. The cool thing is our end of the week target currently still is $15 to $16. This is still our target up here for the short term. I'm hoping that if we see a retest on this blue diagonal trend line resistance, I'm hoping it's just gonna blow right through that all the way up to $16. I'll show you why that's a good short-term target. because of this. I can make a trend line on top here from the wicks. That's the next target. $16 right here at the top of the sell box. Perfectly matches up with this resistance trend line. From where we are right now, that's a 30% green move. If AMC were to dip all the way down to $10, that's a 60% move ahead. Some talk about call options, and I just wanted to say that if you imagine who's selling the call options, you have to stop and think about, well, there's somebody on the other side of the trade for options directly. So not only are the prices moving up and down on those options, but anyway, who's selling those options? Well, those calls specifically, I'll tell you what, it's not people here. The people who are selling those calls are basically the hedge funds who shorted it way back here. Those are old calls that are still left over from all this area. And you can scoop them up here at still a pretty decent long-term entry. They're not new calls being written up in this range. They're calls that have been around on the markets for a while. It's not really people selling calls on the short term up here, writing new contracts. They're old contracts from months ago that are still on the market. There has been a lot of talk about microvision the last week or so. I like the fundamentals there. It's hard to go wrong with it long term, probably, but I believe it's already gone on a substantial run recently. I haven't been following it too closely, so I would have to pull up the chart to give you an accurate analysis on that. This is beginning to paint a very interesting ascending wedge, and it's a little unfortunate because if I had stuck to that pattern before, I knew it was there on the chart. I just didn't leave that drawn out that way. Perhaps if I had, it would have been more confirmation of a breakdown there. Rising wedges like that generally break down at the top. So that pattern is valid right now. And I'm putting it there because it most likely will have an effect going forward in the future too. Just because we're outside of it now, it's not done yet. That could be the next resistance area, is a test along that wedge. Flow, I would recommend simply holding shares if you don't have experience with trading options contracts. They move much quicker, therefore on a dip the panic might hit you a little harder on those calls. Also, a ton of people are buying decent calls. They're buying pretty good strike prices, but they're not giving it enough time until expiry date. So their calls are still expiring worthless during all this sideways consolidation and chop. If somebody entered a call in here, it appears like a good time to get in. Yet the price simply went sideways all week, so those calls did expire worthless, even if they were at a good strike. That's why it's so tricky. It takes experience to get a feel for how long and what strike price you might be comfortable with. GME is about to put in some more red. This is a big warning for anyone who's heavy on GME right here, right now. This is a big warning sign. It's getting very close to more downside. It really looks like it wants to continue downwards from here. So far. Well, another challenge about the calls, using another example now. Okay, let's say somebody entered a call position right here at $200 on GameStop, expiring next week. Okay, well, for a few days they were probably sitting in some nice profits on those calls here, but they lose value over time so quickly that shortly thereafter the price already went down below where they entered, so they're now at a loss if they held it through that whole time, and then it might expire worthless here before going back to profit. That's why it's so hard on those short-term calls. It's not necessarily that it won't see profit, you just have to exit it at the right time as well as entering it at the right time. It's easy to miss that quick chance right there, and that might be the only chance all week, and then the calls are worthless. So if you miss it that 1 hour, you're done. Let's go AMC. Puts on GME, that's also risky, bro. You're thinking correctly. I like your train of thought on that, but buying a put here is just as risky because of this higher low pattern still in play. It absolutely still has a decent chance at consolidating here before breaking up higher. still could go either way. I know I've been saying that for a while, but we haven't seen any kind of real development here with the pattern. That's true. The earnings call on GME is March 23rd. That's tomorrow. I'm not sure why that's not showing on my chart anymore. It used to show it down here. Appears they may have removed that, but yeah, the earnings call GME this week. This could be some selling of the news. People are bought in a couple weeks ago when they heard about the earnings report. Now that it's time for the earnings report, they're taking their profits. Check out CCIV continuing bullish consolidation along this support line. Still looks good at the moment. Hopefully this is just a big dip. That's really what it's looking like still. Bunch of people asking about CTRM. There you go. Very similar. That's what's cool. That's exactly why I like these 4 WSB picks. They look almost exactly the same on all their long-term charts. So when I'm analyzing CTRM here, this probably also applies to NAKD and CCIV. The giant wedge on NAKD, I don't know if some of you guys must have just tuned in because we've been showing the NAKD chart quite a bit today. Nice Bicky. But to continue with this chart, I don't like a wedge on CTRM as much as NAKD. I can still place one here. I can make one fit here. It's not perfect, but I can attempt to place a wedge here, just like on CCIV and NAKD. It looks very similar. I think why we're seeing such similarities in the patterns is because we have the same type of investors trading all these assets at the same time. It's not like a heavy Wall Street bets reader is only gonna enter CTRM and not Sundial, right? They're gonna get both. So it's the psychology behind the trade, which is why we're seeing these movements all in correlation. People asking about NAKD. This wedge is much nicer. This is more of a bull flag pattern than a wedge. Bull flag essentially meaning this flagpole sticking way up, and then the flag part being the triangle, the wedge. And it absolutely has seen many tests on the top and bottom of this wedge. So now that it's outside of the wedge, we should see some kind of big move real soon on NAKD. The way it's moving today, what this appears to on the short term, only because we have that giant wedge in play. If that wasn't the case, this wouldn't be true. Only because of that giant wedge, it actually, on the short term, appears to be some sort of breakout. It's not much of a breakout, but it is above that line, so I'm just going to put the arrow up here to represent the breakout, and then followed by a retest, and potentially the retest is actually all the way down here, guys. So it can be 2 retests. Maybe this is the first retest, this is the second retest. So, and I could even adjust these for the short term like so, and it gets even closer. You can pretty much call that a confirmed retest right there. It's barely off. It's barely missing the retest right there. It might still do that, but that's pretty darn close to a valid retest. So what we would have there on the short term is a breakout of the gigantic wedge, followed by a retest of the wedge, followed by continuation higher, which is exactly what we saw on AMC at $5 a month ago. That's NAKD. GME chart. So I'm not sure that we're gonna see much movement on GME today. It's getting close, but it hasn't done anything yet. Right? It's getting close with this trend line here. Appreciate that, Trading Gal. Thanks for tuning back in. It's always great seeing you in the chat. The minimum for alerts is $5. There we go. Okay. The $4.99s still go through, so I can't have alerts popping up every second for a $1 donation. There's a few buy boxes on GME right now. It's just a matter of deciding which one's valid. Some people would even call this a buy box, where we are right now. I don't like that buy box personally, but it doesn't align with my risk tolerance. Hey Becky, 777 is my favorite number. So that's a buy box for some people. Again, if somebody were desperate to enter at higher prices, it's not the worst entry right now. But our real buy boxes are below. It's below this last wick here. So the next buy box is actually between these two supports, 175 to about 150. That's the next buy box. If it breaks down from here, it's likely to enter within this box. Beyond that, there are even lower entries, targets I should say. these are targets too. Targets are not all in the green. A target can be in the red for a bear, or for buying the dip, or for a bull who's looking to enter. So this is actually a target, not necessarily a buy box. It's an entry target. And you can really start that one up at 150, right below the other buy box, but due to all of the support lines, these red parallel lines from way back, I hope some of my early viewers remember this little lesson, because I specifically remember charting this out right here. These are even the same lines I had. I don't even remember putting these lines here, but clearly we were charting it through this whole action. So it's interesting, because that's around the time when I first started cleaning this chart up and removing lines. And I specifically remember saying that I'm gonna leave these red support lines, even though they're not relevant right now. I plan to leave them there for the future in case it does return there. That'll be a nice support area. Well, guess what? We're heading back there. It's heading in that direction. That's down here. So that's really the true buy box on GME. It would also be a test of this green, essentially mini wedge trend line, okay? Damn, I know I use so many big words today. That's how I really talk. I try my best to keep things simple and slow it down. I apologize if anyone got a little lost in all those big definitions and fancy words. Let me know in the chat if you have any questions about all that. We're hitting it hard today. The markets are hot. There's a lot of panic and excitement, so I'm not slowing down on the charts whatsoever today. This is a higher high right now. 5-minute chart for AMC. Doesn't mean much yet, but it could be the start of something. If we're lucky, we'll get a nice support trend line forming here. And then we can watch the price climb higher. Really crossing my fingers that this isn't some sort of rejection, guys. It's still possible. But do note it's a higher high as well. That's what we're kind of waiting for. The higher high. So, beginning a stair step on AMC. Thanks a lot for all the kind words in the chat. Michael, people have been trying to place some sort of cup and handle pattern on AMC for a month now, and I'm just not seeing it, to be real. I'm curious what exactly you're turning into a cup and handle here. The only thing that kind of looked like it had potential for that was up here, but that broke down, so there's no cup and handle here. I'm not sure where people are getting that pattern from. GME is way different looking from the higher time frames. On the short time frames, it doesn't look too bad, but when you see all these wicks and this chop up in this range between 200 and 250, it's really not super bullish appearing. Not nearly as bullish as it appeared back here. Just keep that in mind. That's the difference. It's very important to keep the big picture in perspective like that. It used to be an amazing entry. We're not at that level, not even close anymore. It's not an amazing entry anymore. That doesn't mean it won't go back to 500 soon, but I like to buy things on the ground, so I'm not looking to enter something that's halfway through its bull run already. So similarly with AMC, NAKD could very well find support here and have some sort of bounce correction over the next couple of days. Remember, I'm still waiting for a big breakout on NAKD. Based upon the retest of this trend line. This retest right here looks good. No surprises with CCIV. It's essentially gone sideways all day so far. Just like we talked about, it could go sideways for a whole week or two. It is moving pretty quick though, and it's really testing, giving a hard test to these moving average lines. It's finding support from these moving averages, and it's really testing them. If it breaks above those, everything's aligned. That's the last signal. That's the last bullish signal going forwards on CCIV. We just need it to start riding on top of these moving averages. Okay, let's see how AMC is doing. I wouldn't wait too long on an entry for NAKD, so as long as you're planning for long term on those entries, it shouldn't be anything to worry about. America, I have talked about Tesla a few times. I'm not planning on it today though. I appreciate your question. Feel free to message me on Discord if you're a member, or you can message me on Twitter about that. I'll respond to you. Nice. Civilized lowered his cost basis. We do have some nice cost bases in the chat. I'm impressed. People, our viewers are buying low. I'm proud of you guys. Everyone's learning. It's really hard to buy low or enter on a dip if you're just getting started because of that psychological barrier. When the price appears to be falling so harshly, it's very intimidating to buy in the red. Yeah, good idea to keep lowering those cost bases as well. I did that on the YouTube trading portfolio, and the positions that I did that for have pretty much recovered, so it is a very effective way to balance out those losses by doubling down at a lower price. Along those lines, a lot of our VIPs who have been watching for weeks now, some of the early people out there had some significant red positions and losses, and throughout proper technical analysis and strategizing with the other members, a lot of those people ended up concluding the best strategy was to buy the dip. They doubled down on AMC, and now they're in the green. If they hadn't doubled down, those positions would still be in the red. There were people who told me they bought AMC around $20, and because they were patient and waited for the break of this falling wedge and our other wedge here, because they were patient and keeping one step ahead of the markets, they lowered their cost basis from $20, doubled down at $5, and were able to get a cost basis under $10, guys, for their entire position. So as soon as AMC was above $10, their old $20 entries are now in profits because of buying the dip. It's intimidating. It looks scary. The price is going down. It's not moving. It's scary, but that's how it works. It's a big breakthrough moment, epiphany, if you will, to realize that sort of thing. That's why psychology and philosophy of the markets is so crucial to my swing trading style. Cool. Coffee's out. I feel like I'm still waking up. Denwo was up late talking to the members again and producing content. I'm looking at being live for another hour or so. Just a heads up, everyone. Probably not gonna make it to the closing of the day today, especially with all this sideways going on. If we see something crazy happen, I might just hang in there, but it's looking like at this point we might not see some of these bigger moves that we've been talking about until later in the week. Perhaps longer, right? What if AMC, so there's a daily chart. I know there's a lot of arrows and stuff, but this one right here, it could trend down for, yeah, till the end of the month, all week, straight up. We could see more red all week on AMC. And that's why I want you to think about it now. What are you gonna do if that happens? Start planning today for next week. Because I know what I'm gonna do. I'm ready for that. I'm ready either way, guys. If this goes up, I'm ready. If this goes down, I'm ready. I feel good about where it is right now. It's partially through its bull run phase. I think we're seeing the bull run really beginning here, and it's just gonna take some time to actually play out. At least on AMC. GME is a different beast. Not only could it drop a lot further than AMC currently, but I'm also, because we keep it real on this channel, I'm also not so bullish. How do I word this? Alright, I'm gonna pause for a minute, think about it. I'll recap all the charts at the end, Joe, no worries. Thanks for tuning in, Hiroshi. The t-shirts are one of a kind right now. I appreciate the interest. I'll be releasing more merch in the future. We're still getting all the infrastructure in place, so stay tuned. Merch drops coming in the future. Right now, everyone who signs up for a membership does get our VIP Denwo trading mug. It's very nice. Mine's a little dirty, but it's a very nice cup. And it's a constant reminder on there, right here. Can you read that? Stay calm, hold strong. That's the motto of the day, of the motto of the week, really, last week. Cool, great suggestion. I will look into producing some caps, some hats perhaps. Then we're trading beanies, that'd be cool. I want you members to feel like a member and really be a part of the community, so hopefully your mug will help you feel like a real part of our community. I drink out of mine every day. Jason, I believe so. That's all the new members. Anyone who signed up over the past week or so should be all set with your cup. Early VIPs, I do apologize. Patreon wouldn't let me give away that much money. I'm unable to provide the merch for the early VIPs at this point. Okay, I'm gonna write your name down, Jason and Kelsey. I'll have to double check that for you guys. Alright, if if any of my early members desperately wants one, I am looking into a way to potentially make that happen, so it's all good. Let me know if you really want a mug, and I'll see what I can do. No promises, but I'll try my best for you early members out there. I do want everyone to be a real part of the community, so I would love to send everyone a mug. They just won't let me spend that much of my money. If it was up to me, I would have done it. This isn't about money, it's about helping people understand how to improve their future through proper strategizing. And who knows where these life skills might apply in other ways throughout your future. Okay, when I was still well along the way of my learning journey in trading and technical analysis, I felt similarly. Yeah, because I work with a supplier for the merch, they literally won't let me give away mugs for free, so it does cost me a pretty penny for every cup that I send to a member. And the early VIPs, I'm unable to do that. I've tried. I definitely tried. So I'm looking at other ways perhaps that I can get some more merch rolling. For you Denwo knots out there, or whatever you want to call yourselves. Sounds good. I'll be here a long time as well. We'll continue to crush it and stay one step ahead of the markets, right? The last thing I want to do is analyze the price action after it's already happened. I'm doing my best to prepare everybody for the possibilities coming ahead. So let me know if there's some more questions out there. I'm doing my best to get them, to hit all your questions in the chat. If I miss any, remember you can pop up an alert if it's important. It's looking like we'll be wrapping up in maybe 45 minutes here. I'm not expecting anything too crazy right now. I'm hoping. I'm crossing my fingers for AMC right now. We really need to get above this line, 1250, and then we might actually see some decent movements and recovery, but until then, just more sideways. I could keep talking about the chart forever, but it might get a little boring for you guys if there's not much movement, so. GME keeps slowly dropping. It's dropping. It surely is dropping. It's just happening slow and steady. What did it start? Yeah, it was $201 pre-market up here. It broke below that. The other support line broke below that. Not pretty. Hey Jonah, not sure if you had a chance to check out the ride chart, RIDE chart. There is a chart that I posted for that on the Discord server under Charts Official. I may take a quick peek at it later because some of our members are in that right now, but AMC and GME are starting to potentially move here right now, so I want to see what happens with this candle.
Hey brother, you bring peace to my losses and gains.
Cool.
Can you do a live trailing stop loss example and or other order options? Thanks, great job.
Great question, the man, and thanks for your support. So I'm happy to illustrate any examples like that. I'll gladly go ahead and draw out what you're talking about on here. I don't plan to let's say buy or sell a live position like that on the stream. Mostly because it's not about my personal position. I want to show you how that works, but if I start talking about my personal positions, people, I already know there's going to be viewers who enter only because I'm entered in something, and I don't want people to be making trades based upon what I'm doing with my personal positions. Maybe sometime in the future, but that's kind of the idea with the YouTube trading portfolio. That's a portfolio that I will continue to actively show on the channel. So you're asking live trailing stop loss example. Yeah. As for the options, it's just a lot to unpack there, bro. There's both of those things, stop losses and options. I could make a whole 5-hour video just about those things. So just a quick illustration for you. And since you're saying trailing stop loss, I believe what you're describing, you're not talking about a stop loss on the support. Okay, so for everybody else, let me start over. Okay, so generally speaking, when a stop loss would come into effect, somebody would enter up here at a high or a breakout or whatnot. Maybe there was consolidation, they entered. Okay. Now, the first initial idea that pops in everyone's head is, well, I should put a stop loss at the support line. Sure. But once it dips down, could be back above that level very quickly, and then you're out of your position. So that's a normal stop loss scenario. And you're asking about a trailing stop loss, so that'd actually be in the green direction, a green movement. I can show it here even though there's not much action. So just to illustrate what that would be like, it's almost the reverse of that. So instead of having a stop loss underneath your entry, right, enter stop loss, instead of that, demand was asking about a trailing stop loss, which means the strategy behind that would be entering here at the low on the support line, and instead, well, you could still set a stop loss there right underneath it, but the concept of what makes it a trailing stop loss would be as the price continues to climb higher, you're actually raising your stop loss. So it starts here, sure, but the next stop, you adjust it as time goes on with the price continuing to increase. So you'd put your next stop loss here. And then when the price goes higher, you put your next stop loss here, or maybe here, right? And continue to trail that stop loss higher and higher as the price goes up, so that you're locking in profits even if it does turn back downwards at some point. So that's essentially what a trailing stop loss means. It means you're raising it higher and higher to lock in profits. So if it does break down, you're still in profits. Cool. Now, I will also say that it looks a lot easier than it is to actually pull that off in practice. It seems pretty obvious, right? It's like, duh, like why wouldn't you do that? Like it's you're reducing your risk and locking in profits at the same time. It's a very obvious good strategy. However, it's much more difficult to put into like real practice on the charts with the fast moving price. You can see it's already breaking down again. So that stop loss would have just got hit right there. It's much easier said than done, trailing stop loss. Be careful with that. Everything still applies about our normal stop losses. Even if you're trailing it here, it's still risky to put a stop loss here. It might just bounce, and then you're out of your position. So even if you are trailing it, it's still very tricky, a lot harder than it sounds. Stock Ross. Bob Ross, one of my heroes, for obvious reasons. Nice, Joe. E-month. Your question about call options expiring this week, well, technically call options are expiring every week, so it's nothing ground shattering, it's nothing world changing there. As we saw on the last live stream on Friday, the triple or quadruple witching day was a whole bunch of nothing. Whole bunch of hype and excitement and chatter, just like we expected. It's amazing to see all the interest in technical analysis because it wasn't always this way. Probably only over the last couple years, really like the last 3-4 years maybe, have people got more tuned in with technical analysis and charting. Before that, people traded very differently. It was all about the hype and the news and the earnings and the witching and the squeeze and yada yada, right? Hedge funds and all those buzzwords. That's what trading was. They didn't have as good of tools to draw charts
Great
like this.
videos. Above I was asking about AMC. Why does it seem to take this stock so much? More volume to move and be volatile compared to others? Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
when I was talking about GameStop volume. Let me take a look at that before I comment on it. Okay, so it may be AMC's volume may be decreasing on the long-term chart. On the short-term chart, there is a spike here. There is a volume spike right at this low, right at the support here. If I draw an arrow from right where that volume bar is straight up, that's the line. So there actually was a volume spike right here, which is a good sign. And that looks pretty normal. That looks like a normal level of volume. It actually, if I were to make just a quick trend line of the volume candles, the volume bars, it's pretty normalized. It's a very straight trend line with a lot of touch points along it. So this is pretty typical volume actually on AMC right now, based upon the movement we're seeing. Now I wonder on the higher time frames, the last few of them have been red, which potentially means we're overdue for a green bar coming in soon. After 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 red 4-hour bars, maybe our 6th or 7th one will be green. So it's not necessarily anything too different going on with the volume here. It's just such a large market cap. The company's in the billions of dollars, so I haven't checked recently. Maybe I can do a quick search for that. The market caps are relevant. That is one piece of data. That's one big number that I do take seriously, is the market cap. I'll explain that more in the future. The market cap's at $5.5 billion on AMC. That's why it takes so much volume to move it. It's simply how many shares there are out there, how much interest there is. If it was a smaller company, say like back here at $5, $2 area, when it was a much smaller market cap, around $2 billion, it didn't take nearly as much volume to move it. See, there wasn't a ton of volume coming back here either right before it broke out. So the volume is important. It is also misleading right now. It's giving a lot of those false signals. Well, Chris, if the AMC earnings call is anything to go off of, we probably won't see anything much. Basically with the AMC earnings call that happened on the 10th, AMC ran up before the call, not during the call. I'm gonna go back and show that once more. So here it is, guys, March 10th. This is AMC's earning call right here. It topped out the day of the earnings call. Followed by a 23% drop. Alright? That's what I expect, something along those lines on GameStop. I see no reason why it would do anything differently than that, especially while it's underneath the gigantic magic triangle. No, it's not a bear flag, Teach. It's a lot closer to a bear flag than a cup and handle. You may be able to form a valid, some sort of bearish flag or pattern here, but even if you were, the real important part on this short-term chart is all these support lines. Even if it is a bear flag, these support lines are still valid. Even if this was a gigantic death cross, these are still valid support lines where it could bounce. So that's why I'm not really charting many bearish patterns on here today, because I do expect this to bounce either from here, or from here. It's really tough to say right now how low it could go, because it's Monday and we just saw a big dip and people are still bullish on this for midterm, plus the theaters are reopened. I'm more inclined to believe that one of these higher supports is gonna hold, rather than the long-term trend line down at $10. It's still a possibility, but just like how GME, which just dropped below 190. So just like GME, here's the wedge. When I was illustrating on this, we saw a pattern like so, something like that. That's probably even too detailed for what I'm talking about, so let's imagine this is AMC now, this triangle wedge pattern. AMC shot up from $2 to $20 right here, dropped back down to 5, went to 10, or let's call this 14 from last week. Well, when GameStop tested this upper part of the wedge and then it got rejected, GameStop did not come all the way back down, guys. It only came back about halfway down before going higher, something like that, and then some sideways. GameStop was so bullish, it got bought up halfway down the wedge. It never made it all the way down to $40 again. See up here? I know there's so many lines, but this whole box, it never returned to $40. That's this box. And AMC has been following GameStop shortly thereafter, similar moves. So after GameStop broke out is when AMC broke out. Perhaps GameStop just put this pattern in first, and AMC might be putting this pattern in next. That was a long road to get to the conclusion, just for one simple conclusion. The wedge is stuck over there. 1 second. Alright, so that was a long road to conclude that the price for AMC may bounce about halfway down from the wedge, not at the very bottom. And currently, that's where AMC is sitting. Right here. That's the point this short-term price action is at from the long term. I wanted to draw that out quickly, but our charts are getting so complex. I'm trying to find a clean looking chart where I can draw that in. Oh boy. It appears for the next stream on Friday, I may have to clean up my charts a little bit. Now that we're streaming more often, more and more arrows are showing up on our charts. Look at all these up arrows, these bullish targets. Again, that's how many bullish scenarios are on the chart right now. There's not nearly as many bearish cases at play on the AMC chart. There's really just one, that it dips and then recovers. That's the bearish case. The question is how low? There. Perhaps it bounces right here, and then we see green all week. Very possible, guys. I'm still very bullish on this for midterm, even though we're seeing some red. And part of that is because I didn't enter at high prices, so I'm not worried about a small red move like that. Funny chat going on. Kuran, $20 is a target on AMC. That's coming from this old local high. $20 is indeed still a valid target for AMC swing trade. Note this long-term purple moving average. It's heading in that direction. So let's say the moving average catches up with the price here soon. These are going to collide soon. This purple moving average and the price action are going to collide soon. And hopefully it bounces from right there off the moving averages and all this support. So for midterm, yeah, as soon as we get above 1450, the next target's 15 to 16, closer to 16 is the $16 target. And then beyond that is indeed the $20 target, okay? Still in effect. Nothing's changed with that target, just like the old gap target down here. We saw a lot of chop around that range. It came up, hit the gap, got rejected, came back into the gap again. So yeah, there's likely going to be a lot of chop around this range going forward. but $20 is still a target. And that's not the last target either. Cool. The chart does look great. Adam, the way I've been using midterm today, I would describe that as for AMC. Well, again, the end of this pattern where the blue line reaches the $20 target, if it were to take that long to get that high, that's towards the end of April. AMC's moving faster than a lot of stocks right now. Generally midterm, I mean 3 to 6 months. When I'm talking midterm AMC, it's probably more like 1 to 3 months. Make sure you get your questions out there in the chat. I'm gonna be live for probably 30 more minutes or so. Make sure I can get you guys prepared for tomorrow and the week to come ahead. So I'll start giving some summaries, some conclusions, recap the day and where we might be headed. So that's the AMC midterm target, let's call it. It's really more like a short-term target. It could happen pretty quick, but I'm gonna be conservative and stick with a midterm target for that. Perhaps before the end of April. It's gonna catch people by surprise. That's why I'm talking about it so much now, because sure, we're seeing a lot of sideways right here, but one day it's just gonna go to shoot up a lot very fast, and people aren't gonna know what to do. Don't be one of those people. Plan your strategy now for the future. GME is under 190, guys. Is there anything else I even need to say about this chart? I think we've covered all the bases on GME over and over again today. So basically what we're looking at, it's at its last line in the sand still right now. The minute I end the stream, this thing could plummet. I'm unable to give you much of an accurate time prediction on GME right now. The best I can tell you is similarly a few weeks, potentially. If it were to continue down, it really could go down towards the end of April before breaking out of the giant magic triangle. Again, this is the giant triangle. It's getting tricky to see, but if you've been watching for a while, you know all about this triangle. Okay, I know it's really a lot going on, but if you can see it through all these other lines, these yellow lines right here, this vertical yellow line, and then this one diagonally, and then across, that was our wedge. That's the old wedge. We made a parallel channel with that, and now we have a gigantic outer wedge. It's a wedge within a wedge. Crazy stuff. I don't know if I've ever even seen a chart play out like this. Usually it just puts in one wedge. That's how fast GameStop's moving. Remember this gigantic indecision candle as well? That was a big signal. And that's a huge move on its own. Just that wick itself was 100% move intraday. And that's why I can't give you a super accurate time frame for what's to come with GME. The best I can tell you is keep a very close eye on these levels it's currently at. Because if it does find some more support here, continue sideways, and then break out of the wedge around here, it could break out there. It doesn't have to go down first. It doesn't have to go all the way down to the buy box, to the entries down here before breaking out of the wedge. It could do it up here. We don't know yet. It's too early. With that being said, this is the line in the sand, roughly $170. I'm gonna remain bearish, especially if it starts going under 170 for the time being, and then it will require further analysis. And yes, keep in mind the earnings report coming up on GME. But just like AMC, it might sell off that day or the next day. A lot of people buy the rumor and then sell the news. Most of the time, it's an extended effect when that sort of thing happens. It doesn't happen overnight directly to the price. Cool, so I'm just gonna wrap things up with CCIV and NAKD, since our other plays look almost identical. Cool. So CCIV is held out quite well today. I'm happy to see that for CCIV holders. Is still riding on that 30-minute moving averages. It's moving so quickly that these are the only relevant moving averages right now. I take that back. It is above the 2-hour as well right here. More confluence with the potential bounce. On the long term, it has this support trend line from way back. Way back as pre-breakout. And this trend line is still valid right now. It's bouncing off that trend line currently. As long as this trend line's holding, no worries with CCIV. If it breaks down from there, we'll have to see. Potentially a double bottom. One bottom here and a second bottom there. Or a bounce off the moving average. So again, most of the scenarios on the CCIV chart are bullish, pointing upwards. There's only one bearish scenario here. Is it dips below here, find support before continuing higher. Keep that in mind. Stay calm, hold strong. And NAKD. There's been a lot of talk about that in the chat today. So we'll end it with that. Right, Tej. The reason I don't talk about the squeeze much is because I talked about it a ton a few weeks ago. And I've really been discrediting the misinformation about that when I do talk about it. News cycles like that, big news events like that, when everyone starts talking about a squeeze, they all have a different definition. Most of the new investors who are talking about a squeeze don't actually know what that means in terms of trading. It's just a catchy title. It's a catchy word that makes it sound more bullish than it is. And what really happened, this is the squeeze, guys. This is it. We saw a squeeze. It happened already. I don't know how much more clear to be about that. I can't say it any more directly. This is the squeeze. This is the fucking moon. Okay. We saw the squeeze. The squeeze is over. I'm sorry. It's the truth. It's not that we won't see another one, alright? I'm still hoping and expecting a big ass bull run here. It doesn't need to be labeled as a squeeze for that to happen. It doesn't need to be a straight shot up overnight during after hours 500% to be a squeeze, okay? The squeeze at this point in time, the squeeze factor is from all the shorts closing their positions. Over time, that can have a squeeze effect, but the squeeze already happened. So now we're looking at either a second squeeze or a continuation of the first squeeze. Awesome. Thanks so much for tuning in today. I hope you all have a great day. I know it's a lot of intimidating signals on the charts right now, but try and be patient. I do think there's some good things coming ahead in the near future, and I will keep you updated on all of that as we go along, so make sure to hit that subscribe button. I'll see y'all next time. Have a great day. Happy trading. You're welcome, guys. Take care.